lap course, slightly shorter as well, 5.2 kilometers. And then that first athlete will complete the same run course yesterday. It does have a slight extension on the end just for athletes 1, 2, and 3, which will just take them back to the swim start, at which point they will do the handover. So they have to touch hands with the next athlete. That will put in athlete number 2, who in this case will be the junior woman. That repeats, so they go through again. Athlete 2, athlete 3, and then we finish up with the 4th athlete will be the first athlete to cross the finish line, and then that will determine the direction of the 2024 European Championship Junior Mixed Team Relay Medals. So 20 teams lining up here in Balikesir. Non-wetsuit, of course. Warm temperatures. Haven't seen the exact temperatures this morning. It's around 11 a.m. local time, but certainly looks very similar to yesterday, where it's about 33 degrees. So water also very warm. And this beautiful blue water here. No issues in terms of water quality, etc. with the swim that we have here. And that's one of the great advantages of this fantastic venue. We're very pleased to be returning for a second year. So in 20 teams we have, and just looking down, it's always trying to have a little bit of a prediction, highlight just some of the names. Who do we think is going to be up towards the front? And I have to say, if we are basing it on the results of the individual races yesterday and continuing the strength in depth that we've seen from their senior athletes over many years, my gold medal favourites there absolutely have to be Team France. They are represented today by Niels Sergeri. He'll be handing over to Lisa Lecomte, onto Achille Besson, and then finishing off with Manon Laporte. And individually, they finished 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 2nd yesterday. So look out for those athletes early on. Looks like the Netherlands, Hungary, I think, leading the way. That would be absolutely consistent with the results of yesterday. Martin Kropko, one of the athletes I mentioned a few moments ago, he took individual bronze. Always incredible in the water, and we've seen from yesterday, very, very strong on the bike. So that would set up the potential. Will we see a similar tactic that we saw yesterday? Martin Kropko went from the gun or the horn in the swim. He was joined very early on by Niels Sergeri, and along with the Portuguese duo, they managed to grab a gap, and they held that to the finish to both be on that individual podium. Will we see a repeat of that? So do look out for both the Hungarian and the French tri-suits early. It wouldn't be a surprise if we see 2 teams at very early stages looking to break away. So the bike course pictures, primarily we're going to be seeing them from overhead from the drone shot. So it does become a little bit difficult at times just to spot some of the individual athletes. We do have a couple of motorbikes down on the ground as well. So hopefully that will give us a close-up during certain parts of the course. But we can see 2 athletes already away. Now, I'm pretty certain one of those will be swim leader Martin Kropko. And if we follows the form, perhaps be expecting to see Team France, courtesy of Niels Sergeri, with him. So if we do get that close-up shot, be looking for the tricolour colours of France alongside those of the flag of Hungary. Team Spain on the first leg as well. They should be pretty strong. We had the 4th place finisher from the individual race, Hector Tolsa Garcia. Wasn't part of that breakaway group on the bike, but ran through extremely strongly. Just came up a little short of reaching the podium. So if Krotko from Hungary, Segeri from France follow a similar tactic, it could be another chase for Team Spain. So I think what you're just seeing on here, this looks like it's going to be the swim handover area. So this is where the athletes, in the case of the first changeover, so the female athletes on leg 2 will be lining up. The first leg male athlete will be running in. They have to do the handover, so they have to touch hands. That's the, I guess, the virtual baton, if you like, if we're comparing it to some of the Olympic events that we've been watching over the last couple of days with the 4x1 and the 4x400 meters mix relay finals in Paris. But I think this mixed relay format of triathlon has been an absolute winner. I think it's a format that even the casual fan, you just see it and you get it right from the start. At that elite level, we do tend to get very close racing. Lots of changes during the race, and that was exemplified no more than that race last Monday in Paris. What a fantastic hour and 20 minutes of entertainment that was, and what a fine finish for Lara Lindemann, leading home Team Germany, adding Olympic gold to their World Championship gold that they won on home soil in Hamburg just a few weeks ago. We will be seeing the senior athletes racing a little later on this afternoon. They will be starting at 3:30 p.m. local time in Turkey. So that's 2:30 p.m. if you're watching in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. UK or UK equivalent time. But for this morning, it's our junior athletes are our focus. Europe Triathlon has been putting a big focus on the juniors over the last couple of seasons, introducing what we're calling the Rising Stars program. So if you want to find out a little bit more about that, go to risingstarstry.com, and also check out Europe Triathlon through the various social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the broadcast coverage of a number of these junior events, both this championship and then through the season at the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup events. There's lots of behind the scenes coverage as well, interviews also on the YouTube channel, a number of documentaries and features on some of those athletes that have been performing really well both this year and over the last couple of seasons, and athletes that we are hopeful will be following in the long tradition of that Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Series, with the likes of Cassandra Beaugrand, Gustav Eden, Johnny Brownlee, Alex Yee, and many more that have gone on to huge international success in their senior careers. As part of that Rising Stars program, also it's been a great addition to have announced very recently a partnership with SuperTri. SuperTri, of course, previously under the banner of the Super League Triathlon, have been a great both entertainment, but also we've seen many athletes that have now gone on to huge success on the global stage, have really developed and honed their craft through that super sprint format of the Super League and into SuperTri and the SuperTri E racing. And we've seen the likes of Hayden Wild has really developed from a pretty raw, well, novice stroke junior at his early stages, and then as part of his development, that Super League triathlon racing has been key. That has seen him go on to Olympic silver and Olympic bronze. What a finish that was. So he got that bronze, of course, in Tokyo, behind Christian Blumenfeld and Alex Yee. And then Yee and Wild, their rivalry has continued since then. And they have gone on to upgrade both of their medals. And what a fantastic finish they had. So you can see, as it was yesterday, the winds really got up. So apologies, we have not seen too much of the bike there, but we've got two athletes coming in here. So I am expecting this will be Martin Kropko in the colours of Hungary, Niels Segeri from France, and indeed it is. But that gap is not significant. We do have Spain, who we also mentioned there, Hector Tolsa Garcia. And then pretty much the vast majority of the field. We can see Great Britain coming in there. I think it's Luke Holmes on the first leg for Great Britain. That was on my draft team sheet. Always a chance, of course, that they could have changed that late on. But at the moment, sort of going to plan, based on the individual races yesterday and their results, that it is Team France, Team Hungary leading the way on the first leg here in Balikesir in Turkey. This is day 3 here. It's mixed team relay day, the Europe Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships.
Ses sisteminde bir arkadaşım varsa mikrofonun sesini biraz açabilir mi?
So another couple of teams coming in here. So there's Joran Stobbe from the Netherlands. We've got the Turkish team with Dorokalp Azigolu. And then that looks like the Ukraine with Fedi Belzlipkan.
Triatlon şampiyonasının son günündeyiz artık ve bugünün ilk startını aldık. Karma bayrak yarışını 19 takımla birlikte gerçekleştirdik. Evet, takım halinde yarışacaklar. Dörtlü takımlar halinde. Ve işte şu anda görüldüğü üzere.
So we'll be seeing the same run course as yesterday. It's a short 2-lap course. The end of the first lap, they will run to the left-hand side of that blue finish archway. We're just about to see them come through now. And Team Spain, Hector Tolsa Garcia, he has bridged back up to our leading duo. So at the beginning of the run, there was a clear lead for Team France and Team Hungary. But we said that Tolsa Garcia ran extremely well yesterday. He was the first athlete through from that chasing group off of the bike. And right now heading into the second lap on the run. It is Team Hungary, courtesy of Martin Kropko. Team France, Niels Segeri and Hector Garcia Tolsa, doing a great first leg performance for Team Spain.
Çılgın Türkler ne yapacak bakalım. Evet, güzel bir dörtlü oluştu burada. Doruk Alp Azizoğlu, Mürya Karayel, Taha Eren Coşkun ve Cemre Civelek dörtlüsü gençler bayrak takımında, karışık bayrak takımında dörtlüğü oluşturan ekip oldu. Hep birlikte onları da desteklemeye devam edeceğiz tabii ki. Öğleden sonraki startımız artık şampiyonanın da son startı olacak. 15.30 itibariyle de son
As those
startımızı
athletes
yapacağız. Yine
now heading well into the second half of that run, we're starting to then look forward to who will be taking over, what's going to be happening on leg 2. So if we look down the team sheets, as we said very early on, the French team completely strong across the board. Nils Segeri, he should be handing over to the individual bronze medalist in Lisa Lecomte. Hungary, I believe, Martin Kokko is set to hand over to Laura Zabashki, who was 15th in the individual race. And for Spain, it should be following the order of the provisional team sheet that I had pre-race. We're looking at Cristina Jimenez Orta.
Evet, Ukrayna'yı gördük. İrlanda ve Estonya vardı. Bizim çılgın Türkler vardı tabii ki. Startta yine yer alan 19 takım arasında Slovenya, Romanya ve Litvanya olmak üzere 19 ülke kıran kırana yarışıyor parkurda.
So here's our leaders. So Segeri has managed to pull away a little bit from Garcia, Tulsa, Martin Kropko just losing a few seconds. So this is where yesterday we would have seen them on the blue carpet to finish. But of course we need to get the athletes back down towards the swim start. So they will do a little U-turn pretty much where they are. We'll see them heading back down to the swim start area. So those first 3 have an extra approximately 200 meters before that handover to our second athlete.
Are doing their best actually. That's why congratulations one more time to all.
So here we go.
You,
it's going to be Nils Segeri is going to be the first athlete to hand over. And it is Lisa Lecomte.
And this is the mixed
now Carol Popper and David Lang, they've had great performances on the run there. Carol Popper, he has been one of the most consistent athletes through the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Series. We've seen him racing so frequently. He's had 3 podiums this year.
And we will be waiting for you for supporting our athletes, actually.
We also saw David Lang from Luxembourg, along with the team Germany. Kiel Arvid France. Now those 2 athletes had a great race at another event I was doing the commentary on in Holten in the Netherlands about 5 or 6 weeks ago. First and second place there.
İzliyoruz, parkurda izlemeye devam edeceğiz. İşte bu bir bayrak yarışı olduğu için 4 atletimiz de
as we see so frequently in this mixed team relay format, with the distances being so short, we do get this close racing, but it was a narrow advantage for France. So France, Spain, and Hungary, the 1, 2, 3. As we went from leg 1 to leg 2, but really not much between the chasers as well. That was Team Lithuania, I think, coming in there, wearing number 21 today. Should have been Zigmas Raisas, handing over to Ula Silovachaiti. This crystal blue water here.
Evet, parkur uzunluklarını bir kere daha hatırlayalım bakalım. 260 metrelik yüzme etabıyla başlıyor sporcularımız. Ardından 2.3 kilometreyi 3 tur döndükleri 6.9 kilometrelik bisiklet parkurumuz var. Ve son olarak da
And as Ukraine go into the water, beginning
koşu parkurunda
leg number
900
2, the
metre,
first of
iki kere
the
devriliyor.
junior
1800 metreyi tamamlayarak finish noktasına
women
geliyorlar atletlerimiz. 34 ülkeden
should be
sporcularımızı
Dana
ağırlıyoruz
Soroka.
bu sene. Yine Balıkesir'de
Dana was 9th yesterday in the B
triatlon
final,
şampiyonasında.
but up at the front, certainly based on her performances, not just yesterday, but through the year. Pretty sure that we are going to be seeing the blue, white and red, the tricolor colours coming out of the water of Lisa Lecomte.
Evet, geri geldikçe hatırlıyoruz tabii ki. Çok büyük bir organizasyon ve inanılmaz bir ekiple burada 3 gün boyunca ve daha önceki hazırlıklar da var tabii
And
ki.
it is
Aylar
with
öncesinden
Hungary
başlayan
and
emeği
Spain,
geçen
but those
herkese
chasers,
Allah
they are
razı
not
olsun.
far behind at all. So
Güvenlik konusunda bizlere destek veren tüm emniyet güçlerimize, jandarma
that does give
ekiplerimize
the
çok teşekkür
opportunity,
ediyoruz.
potentially, for that chasing.
Sağlık
Looks like we've got the
konusunda
chasing
bizlere
two, but
destek
another
veren
4 teams not
arkadaşlarımız,
far behind
bölge
at all. So
ekipleri çok teşekkür
if that
ediyoruz. İyi
group
ki varsınız. Ve
could be
kocaman bir
about
gönüllü
4
ekibimiz var.
to 6,
Enerjileri hiçbir zaman
could
bitmeyen
easily
çılgın
get together.
gönüllüler. Evet,
Looks like
onlar da
Team
çok büyük
Italy have done a
kardeşlik
fantastic
yapıyorlar
job there.
gerçekten.
Sarah
İyi ki varsınız,
Crociani,
iyi ki varsınız
no
ve
surprise, she was
yine
4th
çok
yesterday
kalabalık bir
in the
prodüksiyon
individual
ekibiyle
race.
burada yerlerimizi aldık şampiyonada. Onlara da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Balıkesir Valiliğimiz, tabii ki Balıkesir Büyükşehir Belediye'miz, tüm birimleriyle bizlere inanılmaz destek vermekteler gerçekten. Herkese sonsuz teşekkürler.
So that did appear that Cristina Jimenez Orta Guerrero, she was 13th in the individual race. She was running very strongly through transition there. So while Team France leading the way, they certainly do not have anything like a decisive lead at this early stage, and that is what we do typically see in this mixed team relay format. Every second counts, but as well as highlighting any mistakes, it's also slight tactics at play as well. You want to position yourself well and try and keep your team in the race as long as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you also some information about the distance of the track, distance of the stage, ladies and gentlemen. The distance of swim track is 260 meters, and the distance of bike, 3 laps of 2.3 kilometers, totally 6.9 kilometers. They are biking, and at last run, the distance of run, ladies and gentlemen, totally 1,800 meters. They are running 2 laps of 900.
Seeing
We would
the,
like to say one more
I think that
time.
was the team from the Ukraine just coming out of the water. Should be Dana Soroka, if I have got my
3 days long.
team kit spotting correctly. Hopefully we can get some overhead shots or something from out on the bike course just to follow the progress.
Artık saat 11 itibariyle startımızı almıştık. 24. dakikanın içindeyiz. Kıran kırana bayrak yarışı devam etmekte. Karışık bayrak yarışı. Bakalım neler olacak. Çok heyecanlı anlar yaşayacağız yine. Aynı dün olduğu gibi, dünden önceki gün olduğu gibi. Tüm sporcularımızı gerçekten gönülden tebrik ediyoruz teker teker.
Now you can see in the background, just look at those trees, look at those flags and the gazebos. Now from down on the ground, one of the bits of info I was getting over the last couple of days is that wind does tend to pick up through the day. Sometimes it's pretty quiet in the morning, but you can see there's definitely a strong wind out there. So that is going to make the cycling conditions a little bit tougher. So we're now just out onto the bike course there. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more of that coming up. So the bike course today, I think, as I said earlier, but just a reminder, it is actually different from the individual races yesterday, where we did have that 3-lap course, but it's a shorter course today, just 5.2 kilometers. So just seeing here, this is Team Belgium, Norway, it looks like Switzerland and Estonia. So I think this is going to be one of the chasing groups. We're expecting to see up at the up at the front, France, Spain, Hungary, perhaps. For Estonia on leg 2 is Lise Captain. You can see her just on the front there in the black suit with the dark blue and the white trim. Now Lise is a fantastic athlete. She's the Balkan Triathlon champion. She has had fantastic performances through the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Series. In order, she went 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and then finally took a victory with a great performance in Holten in the Netherlands at the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Premium European Cup event. She's very, very strong on the bike, so no surprise that I suspect in this group she will be doing a lot of the work to try and bridge back to what I suspect. I think we do have leaders just in front. Certainly this would be one of the chasing groups, I believe. Team Switzerland in there as well. Anouk Dana, another classy athlete. Anouk was 12th in the individual yesterday. So actually had a good battle with Lise Captain, who was 14th herself. So that's quite a quality chasing group. So the motorbike just pulling clear, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I think that should see us perhaps bridge up to excuse me, towards the front of the race, maybe a leading group or a chasing group. So who we have here? We have Team Germany, Italy, Portugal, I believe, and then who was the team in the red? So these junior women working hard on leg number 2. The team from Germany, that's Marielle Busti. We have Italy, who had certainly caught up during the swim, Sarah Crociani. And I think it was actually Switzerland in that group. I think I may have previously said Switzerland was in that chase group with Least Captain, but let's if we get that confirmation. Just slightly difficult to see from my viewpoint here. These would be, I believe, the primary chase group. Expecting to see Team France, Team Spain, and Team Hungary up at the front of the race. So these athletes close to the end of their bike leg. You can just see the athlete at the back, just reaching down to the shoes. The athletes have the clip-in shoes onto the pedals. The straps on the shoes velcroed. That was the chasers. Here is the front of the race. We've actually got 4 teams here. So we know that we're going to have France, Spain, and Hungary. And who else will we have here? Looks like Luxembourg. So Luxembourg have done a great performance on that leg. Linda Krombach. Now, Linda's a fantastic athlete. We see her racing regularly on the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Tour. She's followed up the great running performance on that first leg from David Lang, who really brought Luxembourg back into the race. Linda Krombach, 11th in the individual. And so, starting the run on leg number 2, leading the way, it's Team France, Team Spain, Team Hungary, and Team Luxembourg.
Onları da gerçekten kutluyoruz gönülden. Özellikle sahnede ödül olan arkadaşlarımızı bir kez daha tebrik ediyoruz. Bu arada evet 34 ülke dedik. Bunların arasında bizim gururumuz, milli atletlerimiz de var. Ellerinden gelenin en iyisini yapmaya çalıştılar.
Officially, I'm going to say that's around about 10 seconds from that chasing quartet.
Her daim gözlerinden okunuyordu. Ama biz eminiz ki yıldan yıla, yarıştan yarışa,
Great Britain's Millie Breeze coming in solo there, which is from a mixed team relay perspective not ideal. When you get isolated, it does mean that you're not able to work with a group, and as we typically see in cycling, a group will always tend to move faster than one athlete on their own. So tough position at the moment for Millie, but she's a great athlete. Finished 5th yesterday in the individual race. So great experience as she works her way through these elite junior ranks and hopefully in due course up into the under 23s and seniors.
Sayesinde işte adımızı Balıkesir olarak tüm dünyaya en güzel şekilde duyuruyoruz ve duyurmaya da devam edeceğiz. Bu bağlamda tabii ki Balıkesir Büyükşehir Belediye'mizin emekleri gerçekten çok büyük. Başta Başkanımız Ahmet Akın olmak üzere tüm birimlerine, tüm ekiplerine.
The Irish athlete just having a little trouble getting into the shoes there. I think that's Amy Carr on leg 2 for the Irish juniors.
Neler oluyor bakalım o tarafta. Evet, çarşı pazar karışacak.
So just a reminder where we are now. We are on leg 2. We're on the 3rd discipline of leg 2 on the run course. We're just seeing the end of that first lap, just to the left of that finish archway. And that leading quartet just gone through at the end of the first of their 2 laps, well, 2 laps plus one little section that takes them back down to the swim, and just seeing on there Lisa Lecomte from France and Linda Krombach from Luxembourg, locked together there.
Evet, Mürya Karayel ve
Hungary
Cemre
now
Çilemek.
clear in third place,
Kadın
and
sporcularımız bizim Türk
from
takımında.
Spain, Cristina
Kamera
Guerrero
Çiçek ve
just
Doğukalp
losing
Azizoğlu
just
da
a little bit of
kadın
time,
sporcularımız. İki erkek
and here come
sporcumuz,
all
iki
of the
erkek mühendis
chasers.
Türk takımını oluşturmakta. Evet, Aziz Alp bayrağı Mürya'ya verdi. İşte Mürya şu anda parkurda ter dökmeye devam ediyor. Bakalım neler olacak. Gerçekten bayrak yarışları bir organizasyonu, bir şampiyonanın en eğlenceli ve heyecanlı anı bence.
As we just
İzlemeye değer,
look
takip etmeye
forward
değer.
to the third leg,
Bakalım
let's just
neler
have a
olacak.
quick update on who these athletes will be handing over to. So for Team France, it should be Kili Besson, who was fifth yesterday in the individual. For Team Luxembourg, the name I've got down on my team
Evet, 260
sheet
metre
from
200
the
etabını tamamlayan
provisional
sporcularımız hemen
submitted
bisiklet
teams should
alanına,
be
değişim alanına
Theo
geçiyorlar.
Marti
2.3 kilometreyi 3
Theo
tur döndükten sonra
was
bisikletle
10th
toplamda 6.9 kilometreyi
yesterday, but that was
son
in
tur
the
olarak artık
individual B
900
final, so he
metre
didn't qualify for the
2
A
tur
final.
koşarak toplamda 1800 metreyi
So let's
tamamlayarak
see what
finish
Marty
noktasına
has. Is he
gidiyor.
going to be able to hold on to the speedy swim, bike and run performances of Akili Besson? But so far, right from the start, we said Team France overwhelming favourites here. But as you would expect, they are not going to be handed the title. They're going to have to earn it. And so far, at least those first two legs for Team Luxembourg, David Lang and Linda Krombach, have been
Evet, İrlanda ve Hollanda
excellent,
ikinci
keeping them
sporcuları.
well in the mix. And in a minute or so's time, we will very soon be seeing those handovers. We're here down at that swim handover point at the moment. That's not an athlete running this way. It's one of the officials, I believe. There's Veltman from the Netherlands just going through the transition area. So Meryl Veltman, 19th yesterday. So here are our leading two athletes, still locked together. Team France, Team Luxembourg, Hungary now clear in third. Cristina Jimenez Otta Guerrero just losing a little bit of time. So will that give an opportunity for those chasers behind the likes of Switzerland, Estonia, Belgium? Will they be able to bridge up? And that could well help their chances. But here is the finish of leg number 2. So this is from France, Lisa Lecomte. From Luxembourg, Linda Krombach. And there is going to be almost nothing between them as we get to the midway point of this 2024 European Championships mixed team relay for our junior athletes.
Neredeyse bitmek üzere. Sporcular parkurda ter dökmeye devam edecekler. Nasıl sonuçlanacak bu yarışın sonu? Gerçekten çok merak içindeyiz. Çünkü birbirinden çılgın atletler, evet. Çılgın atletler şu anda yarışmakta. Hep birlikte şahit olacağız o anlara.
So here come the chasers. We do have Italy, Estonia, and Switzerland among them. I think Spain would have probably just been in between. We didn't catch Spain going into the water there, as we just got the initial view of our leading duo beginning that final swim. The confirmation there, you can see exactly why. Absolutely no need at all for a neoprene and wetsuits here in the Balikesir today, or indeed this week. beautiful warm water around 26 degrees and air temperatures around 33. So not perhaps the easiest conditions, although with this format of racing each individual leg pretty short. So while the intensity is definitely extremely high, the overall duration that the athletes are out there is short. And one of the things that we saw yesterday that the organisers have arranged for all of the athletes is after the finish line there is a cool down zone with quite a number of ice or cooled baths, and we saw the athletes relaxing in those shortly after their individual races yesterday, getting the core temperatures back down from those high intensity super sprint efforts. Are part, and actually part central to this sprint and relay championships here in Turkey. So up at the front we've got Besson and Marty from Luxembourg, and they seem to be still locked together. So if we go off the individual races, at least, we'd definitely be suggesting that Achille Besson is the more distinguished athlete in terms of proven results, but Marty is holding firm, and we often see that not just in triathlon but in relay performances. You just in that team format managed to raise your game. Hungary have also pulled themselves back into contention. Yeah, I'm just going to hold off just confirming who that is for Hungary. I think that is Trungul Nagy, if I just spotted that on his tri-suit. So he is a class athlete if that is the case. Here come the chasers. So we've got Estonia, Switzerland, Italy, Spain and Germany. So that's about 5 teams there. So what we could be having here is potentially the shape of the race slightly changing again. Could it be a leading trio at the front with a group of 5 chasers? So very early on in the bike, here are our 2 leaders. It's Team France, Team Luxembourg, Achille Besson, Theo Marty. But we did have that gap closed by Team Hungary, who Hungarians just almost universally in triathlon. We see so many fantastic swimmers amongst the Hungarian teams. Always strongly to the fore, male or female, junior or elite. So we see the likes of Jeanette Bragmeier and Mark Devey, just 2 of the top Hungarian athletes that are always at and pushing the pace at the front of the races, and that long history just continues down to their juniors. So far, all absolutely to script for Team France, but Team Luxembourg, for a small nation, so far doing absolutely brilliantly here. So we're into the early stages of the bike leg on leg number 3 here at the European Triathlon Championships in Balikesir, Turkey. This is the mixed team relay day, and we are now well into the second half of our mixed team relays for our junior athletes. We're up at the front of the race. It's Team Luxembourg and Team France leading the way. So they're just checking behind, because I don't think the gaps are going to be significant at all. The Hungarians, as we said, have really had closed up through that swim section, and then that group of five, if they can get together as a five and then really commit as a chasing group. There's some strong athletes there amongst the Germans, Swiss, Italians, Estonians, and I think it was Belgium was the fifth team, if I'm not mistaken, in potentially that chasing quintet. So in mixed team relay, it's never over until it's over. Dramatic things can happen. We saw that beginning of the week in Paris. We had the odds-on favourites, everybody's pick. We thought it was going to be a golden gold for Team France on home soil, and then unfortunately Pierre Lecourt came down on his bike, just involved in that fall that Hayden Wild just fell just in front of him on a turn. Fortunately, Lecourt was the athlete behind. Went over the top of Wild, had a mechanical as well, and that left Team France out of contention. Now, of course, we hope nothing of that nature happens here, but it just shows the unpredictability of mixed team relay, and just a few seconds lost at any point can prove crucial. So Besson here, he's definitely working hard, putting the pressure on. Fifth place in the individual, as we said before, so he's a class athlete. And is he trying to put the pressure on Théo Marty, trying to break away from the Luxembourg athlete? Well, he could be trying, but he's absolutely not getting anywhere at the moment. Team Luxembourg absolutely performing fantastically here at the moment. So these two really working together well, sharing the workload. So Besson there just drops back, just gets onto the wheel, just takes, in relative terms, a little bit of a break, just gives the wind being taken by the front. Then he moves out, he moves to the front, and then Marty will do the same. And by working this way together, at this point, they're opposition, but they're also subconsciously also working together, because they know that this is for the interests of both teams. If they do this on the bike, they could set themselves up for a podium position by creating a gap here. And then once they get off of the bike and onto the run, well, then it becomes every man for himself. But at the moment, Marty and Besson working together. Was there even a couple of words maybe from Marty? Just he seemed to just look over to Besson, maybe just saying, yeah, let's keep this going. Good work. But we saw a similar yesterday in the men's individual. That group of four got out from the swim and they absolutely committed. And from that 4, that's where the 3 individual medals came from, with Giannuno Battista taking the big gold. But they have worked really, really well together on leg 3 here. We're coming towards the end of this bike leg. So if you are just joining us, good morning, welcome. You are joining us. We are at the end of the bike leg, just coming up, leg 3 of 4. This is the Europe Triathlon Junior Mixed Team Relay Championships, and you are watching Team France and Team Luxembourg leading the way into transition at the end of the bike, courtesy of Achille Besson from France and Theo Marti from Luxembourg. Oh, so Marty just seemed to, what happened there? Did he lose a shoe off of the bike? Something has happened. He's got something in his hand there. I don't know what's gone on. I think, yeah, it could have been a shoe or something has come off. As we said a few moments ago, small things can be very, very costly. And from being absolutely locked together, I'm just looking over at the cycle. It does look like the right shoe was missing off of his right pedal. So the shoes do clip into the pedals with cleats on the bottom, similar to a ski binding. And my guess is that as he came off of the bike, he's either knocked the shoe or the shoe has hit the floor and come off. And you cannot just leave the shoe there. You'd be serving be issued with and then have to serve a time penalty out in the course. But that looks like what has happened. And if that's the case, that has been really costly and so awful to see after such a brilliant effort through the first 2 legs. But that is going to leave with in mixed team relay terms at least, a significant lead, maybe 10, maybe more seconds starting the run for Achille Besson from the pre-race favourites, Team France. He's just got that 1.9 mile run for our leg 1, 2, and 3 athletes, and he is going to be handing over at the end of that to the individual silver medalist in Manon Laporte, also a world championship medalist as well. So Team France absolutely in great position at the moment. They were always the favourites. They were probably still the favourites with Team Luxembourg next to them. But that has just opened up with that little bit of drama at that dismount line. Well, that does, of course, open up the podium a little bit more to those chasers, the likes of Team Germany, Team Switzerland, Italy, Belgium, and Estonia, who I don't think were too far away as they came off of the bike at the end of the 3rd of the 4 mixed team relay legs. So while our lead athletes out onto the first lap of the run course, still here at transitions, a few more the teams coming in. So we've just seen Team Germany just go past that finish line area. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see where they were in relative terms, but the Germans, who on leg 3 have got Jan Semmler. Just seeing him go through there. So he is chasing down Italy and Spain up ahead. So Spain are definitely going to be moving on the run. They've got Itzan Edo Aguirre. He's a 3-time winner on the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup circuit this year. We know he's a fantastic runner. He was 6th in the individual race yesterday. And it would be no surprise if we see him run through. Probably going to be chasing down, maybe even passing Theo Marti from Luxembourg after that misfortune for Team Luxembourg at the dismount line. It's what we think has happened at the end of that third leg. Looked like the shoe had just come unclipped from the pedal. But as we get to that handover from the athlete 3 to athlete 4 at the end of leg 3, do look out for Team Spain to have perhaps moved up through the standings with the fantastic running of Izan Edo Aguirre. We will be seeing that very soon, hopefully. Those runners on this circuit here, the actual run circuit is only about 800 to 850 meters. We've just seen them a couple of minutes ago go past at the end of the first lap. So then once they go past that finish line area again, they've just got this little U-turn for those first 3 athletes to take them back to the swim handover point. And there we will get a clearer picture of how France are looking. Have the Spanish actually been able to bridge back up? They've both got class athletes on that leg, courtesy of Achille Besson. And İzan Edo.
Yarış tüm hızıyla devam ediyor. Artık 3. tura girdi takımlarımız. 3. sporcuları parkurda kıran kırana yarışmaya devam ediyorlar birbirleriyle. Bizde de Taha Eren Coşkun, evet, parkurda Türk milli takımımızda, Türk takımımızı oluşturan dörtlüden üçüncüsü.
Right,
Evet,
so right on cue we can see this is the handover, the final handover.
Ve o da artık son turda bayrağı Cemre'ye devredecek.
We've got Besson handing over to Manon Laporte. And Edo Aguirre should be handing over to Neves Navarro Jimenez. And the Spanish athlete has closed that gap.
Çok büyük gururdu. Onlarla her daim gurur duyuyoruz. Antrenörlerine, hocalarına bir kez daha, ekiplerine bir kez daha çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Herkesin ellerine, emeklerine sağlık. Evet, ikinci kez Balıkesir'deyiz. Avrupa Triatlon Şampiyonası'ndayız. Evet, dünyada daha önce görülmemiş bir şey. Aynı yerde ikinci kez Avrupa Şampiyonası arka arkaya gerçekleştirmek. Gerçekten bu da işte Balıkesir'in büyük başarısı diyelim. Emeği geçen herkese, ama herkese çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Büyük bir ekip çalışması tabii ki. Başta güvenlik konusunda bizlere destek veren.
So that run on leg 3 has just split up that group. We were saying before, is there going to be an opportunity for a chasing group perhaps to form? As you can see, as they're going into the swim, when almost as if any sign of any groups have gone, the athletes, the cracks have finally shown, the pressure has finally hit on that third leg. And as you look down there, right across the full length of the swim course, you can see it's almost individual athletes, no groups at all, and leading the way. Team France, our pre-race favourites. It's an individual silver medalist, Manon Laporte.
Muhteşem iş çıkarmaktalar. Çok teşekkürler, ama en büyük teşekkür tabii ki, en büyük teşekkür derken Taha Eren Coşkun'u görüyoruz şu anda. Taha, süpersin Taha. Haydi bakalım, ter dökmeye devam. Seninle gurur duyuyoruz. Birazdan Cemre Civele'ye bayrağı devredecek Taha. Evet, gönüllü ekibimiz dedik. Çok kalabalık bir gönüllü ekibimizle burada birlikteyiz. Onlar da sabahın erken saatlerinden itibaren saatlerce burada destek vermeye, gönülden destek vermeye devam ediyorlar. Onlara teşekkürler.
So this swim,
teknik delegelerimiz,
very short, just 270 meters, point to point from the swim pontoon, where we just saw the athletes diving in about 2 minutes ago. That yellow buoy just coming into sight in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. That's the final right-hand turn into transition. And it is going to be the blue, white and red tricolor colours of Les Bleus. Team France, the centre of the sporting world, of course, at the moment, with the final weekend of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games happening right now. We've seen Cassandra Beaugrand take the gold medal in the women's individual triathlon, and our Team France going to be following in those distinguished footsteps with a European Junior Championship for mixed team relay this morning. They were always the favourites, but Team Luxembourg were really doing a fantastic job through the first 2 3/4 legs. But then it looks like we just had a little issue for Teo Marti at the bike dismount. I'm pretty sure from my interpretation of what I was seeing that I think he lost the shoe off of the bike at the dismount line, and that has left Team France on their own. Of course, when looking at the individual races from yesterday as a guide, when you've got Niels Segeri in second, Lisa Lecomte in third, Achille Besson fifth, and handing over to Manon Laporte, the individual silver medalist, and that is strength in depth.
19 different countries, 19 teams. And what will happen actually at the finish point, we will see all together. We are ready to give them applause, to support them, to welcome them at the finish point. We are waiting for you. Haydi Taha, bak konuşmamı yarıda kestim. Bütün gücümüzle seni desteklemeye devam ediyoruz. Yes, by the way, let's give some information about this championship. We are for the second time here in Balikesir, and this is the 2024 Europe Triathlon Championship Balikesir. And we are on the third day.
Team Ireland look like they're going to be the final team to begin the swim on the final leg of 4. Back at the front, we can close up here. This is the very aerodynamic looking Manon Laporte, hoping to close the deal for a gold medal for Team France. And what an athlete that they have on this final leg. The European Junior silver medalist for 2024, last year's World Junior bronze medalist. And you're seeing on screen exactly why this talented athlete has been able to pick up those fantastic results over the last 2 seasons. Inspired, of course, by the likes of Cassandra Beaugrand, Leonie Perrier, Emma Lombardi, and indeed yesterday's European champion in the senior ranks, Sandra Daudet. So it's been a good weekend for France so far. Is it going to be another gold today? We also saw Manon win earlier this year on the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup circuit in Caiole in Italy. Now that's always a very competitive race. Comes relatively early in the season, around May time. Great course there. It's an event I've been able to do the commentary on for the last couple of seasons, and many of the European nations often with where it fits in the calendar, the style of racing there, they use that as qualification races for various championship races, including this one later on in the season. And so the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup in Caiole, always one of the biggest of the season, and Manon Laporte took the title there, and she is all alone at the front. but she looks like she is not looking behind. She is fully focused on just delivering that power to the bike, and she looks absolutely fantastic doing that. You can see she's just trying to be aero in the wind. She's just got those arms bent, just trying to keep the upper body low out of the wind, and that wind is relatively strong here. But even without the physical wind blowing, the air pressure is one of the toughest things and the things that slows people down. That's why you see and hear of cyclists spending so much on aerodynamic research, whether that's on the bikes, on the kit, on their positioning. Of course, within draft legal triathlon like this, there are no disc wheels, no aero bikes, no tri-bars, etc. So it's all about doing the best that you can within the restrictions of the kit here, and that is what Manon Laporte is doing at the moment, getting herself in the most aero position that she can. And we know that she's absolutely got the power, and she's also got the running ability after the riding to bring this home for France. But it's never over until it's over. As we saw the end of that previous leg, we thought we were going to be seeing Team France, Team Luxembourg starting the run together, but then all of a sudden it just changed. And as they come into transition, we will hopefully get an opportunity to see where Team Luxembourg are on this fourth leg. Not had the close-up shots to see how that dismount for Theo Marti impacted the Luxembourg team, but it's certainly opened up the silver and bronze medals to quite a range of squads, I believe. So we're on many, in fact, all of the same roads as yesterday, but with an additional out and back section. So the overall course or overall circuit today is slightly longer, 5.2 kilometer circuit, but today's bike course is just 1 lap, whereas yesterday it was 3 laps of an approximately 2.4k course. So same swim, shorter bike, and same run as yesterday. Final athlete here, Manon Laporte, and did all of these final athletes on leg 4 in this male-female ordered race. They will have a slightly shorter run because they do not have to do the section down to the swim handover. So you can see Manon just getting ready, reaching down, getting the Velcro straps undone. She'll be taking those feet out, and then she will have just 2 laps of the same circuit that she raced yesterday to come under the blue archway after 1.7k. And at the moment, at least, she looks primed to be able to take Team France to gold. We know that she has the ability to do it. So let's see if she can just navigate these very final sections of the bike, have an efficient, incident-free transition, and then if she does that, it should be, and I say this in relative terms, an easy for her run to the gold medal. But we never say never. Things can happen very, very strangely. I think that men's individual race at the Olympic Games just showed that. I think we all thought with less than a kilometre to go, it was going to be a gold medal for Hayden Wild, and all of a sudden, Wild was just looking a little bit weaker. Alex Yee just made his final push,
Ama
and then
işte işin en
everything
heyecanlı yanı
changed.
da
But at the moment,
koşu parkuruna girdikleri
Team
özellikle
France
finish noktasına
alone
doğru
at the
yaklaşmaya
front.
başladıklarında yarışın hızlanması ve burada finish noktasında birinciliği alabilmek için işte verilecek mücadeleye şahit olmak gerçekten izlemeye değer anlardan bir tanesi. Haydi o zaman yavaş yavaş biz hazırlıklarımızı yapalım ve şampiyonumuzu dakikalar sonra finish noktasında alkışlarla karşılayalım. Bizim çılgın Türkler ne yapacak onu bekliyoruz tabii ki. Taha Eren Coşkun. Evet,
So
en
just
son
coming into
parkurdaydı ve
transition
o da
now,
Cemre Civel'e
Manon
teslim
Laporte,
edecek
this will
bayrağı
be
ve son sporcu olarak Türk takımını eminiz ki
11
başarıyla
legs done,
temsil
just
edecek.
one more
Finish
to go.
noktasında yerini alacak Cemre
He's been
Civel'e.
set up nicely on leg one by Neil Segeri, the silver medalist from the individual race. Lisa Lecomte on leg two, the individual bronze medalist. Handed over to Achille Besson, who had that battle with Team Luxembourg. He was the fifth place finisher in the individual race. And on the anchor leg number 4 for France, with just 1.7 kilometers of running to go, it should be Manon Laporte to bring Team France home to gold.
Karışık bayrak yarışı olacak ve böylelikle artık şampiyonamızı da tamamlamış olacağız. Ardından 5.30'da ödül törenimiz gerçekleşecek ve bugünün şampiyonları hem gençlerde hem
heads out onto the run. Now that looked like Team Italy come in. Now Team Italy have got also a great athlete on that final leg, Martina McDowell. Now Martina looks like she has managed to pull clear of that group with a fantastic swim and bike. Nobody else in sight for Martina McDowell. So Team Italy in fine status there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are for the second time in Balikesir for Europe Triathlon Championship, and this year we have totally 514 athletes from 34 different countries, and today is the last day of the championship, and 3 days long. All the athletes did their best actually. Congratulations one more time to all the athletes. This was the first start of today. We gave the start in the morning at 11. And it's already 1 hour 12 minutes and the race is still going on. The athletes are still on the track. We are waiting for the champion team actually, because this is the relay, mixed relay, junior mixed relay.
So now, while we're seeing coming in,
going to give the last start of the championship.
Team Estonia, Team Spain up at the front of the race. We know that we have Team France well clear at the front. It looked like Team Italy, Martina McDowell, fantastic third leg so far through the swim and the bike sections. Martina, a really strong athlete. She started the season 10th in Caterra in Portugal, then improved to a 6th place on home soil in Caiole, and showed that progress with a 6th in the individual race yesterday as well.
Şampiyonluğu göğüsleyen, evet, şaşırtmadı gerçekten. Şaşırtmadı. Fransa, Manon Laporte, Fransız takımının son sporcusu olarak şu anda şampiyonluğu göğüsledi. Evet.
So you're seeing the athletes, or just about to see them. We've just gone back to transition, but they were just about to see at the end of that first lap, running past the finish line area. There's Laporte following the lead outrider on the push bike that just leads the way, just to ensure that there are no issues in front of the leader. Everybody goes the right way, etc. But it is going to be Team France leading the way.
Evet, artık son tura girdikleri için de yarışın yavaş yavaş hızlandığını sporcularımızdan görmekteyiz, tahmin ediyoruz. Ellerinden gelenin en iyisini sonuna kadar yaptıklarını gerçekten görüyoruz. Özellikle yakından izlediğimizde yüz ifadelerinden o kadar belli ki. Evet. Son tur olduğu için artık her şeylerini koydu sporcularımız. Karışık bayrak takımında. Evet, Alman takımında son sporcusu.
So right into the very, very final stages now. Manon Laporte, less than 500 meters to go.
Evet, Polonya ekibi gerçekten çok
We will be at the finish line, I hope, on the blue carpet. Looks like it's going to be France for gold, Italy for silver, who will be completing the podium. That's the big question.
From Great Britain. Evet, hemen ardından İsviçreli atletimizi görüyoruz, Romanens.
So we're at the finish line here. We've got the finish tape lined up. Our finish team are preparing. You can see the amount of wind there. They're having to hold on to that finish tape just to make sure it doesn't fly away before our first athlete crosses the line.
Belli başlı ülkeler var ki gerçekten şampiyonaya damgalarını vurdular. İşte bunlardan bir tanesi Fransa. Uğruna bahse bile girenler vardı bu arada. Evet, sonuçlarla ilgili Fransızlar, İtalyanlar, Macarlar, evet çok büyük başarılara imza attılar. Yine İspanya bu ülkelerden bir tanesi. Özellikle takımlara şöyle baktığımızda geçen sene de yine bu şampiyonada bizlerle birlikte olan sporcularımıza bu senede rastlamak artık ne güzel bir aile olduğumuzu da gösterdi. Onlar da çok mutlu burada Balıkesir'de olmaktan. Kendilerini özellikle evdeymiş gibi.
So here we go. Here is our leader, our winner, our champions. Manon Laporte from France follows up the great work from Niels Sergeri, Lisa Lecomte, Achille Besson and Manon Laporte to take the gold. European Championships Mixed Team Relay Juniors for 2024. Martina McDowell for Italy makes it a silver for the Italians.
Ladies and gentlemen, the team France. Niels Sergeri, Lisa Lecomte, Achille Besson, Manon Laporte dörtlüsü. Evet, sprint finish'e şahit olacağız şimdi. Sprint finish'e şahit olacağız. Haydi bakalım neler olacak. En başından beri demiştik, bir şampiyonanın en heyecanlı anlarından biri bayrak yarışlarıdır. Özellikle finish anlarıdır derken, evet, istedik ki sprint finish'e şahit olalım. Evet, boşuna demedik efendim. Polonya. We always say that.
So seeing Poland sprint to the finish there with Germany. Now, I'm not sure, was that for the third place? We did cut away to transition there. You're seeing the same as me.
Yes, France, Italy and Poland.
And it was indeed Poland. So if that was the case, Kuba Garja, Martina Garja, Jakub Sushan and Hala Boltanevich.
Congratulations to all of you, girls and boys.
So getting all of our teams coming across the line. The remainder of our teams, we saw Great Britain there. We can see Mara Krombach following up the work of David Lang, Linda Krombach, Peo Marti from Luxembourg.
Riccardo Cultore, Sara Crociani, Lorenzo Pelliciardi, Martina McDowell, congratulations, Viva Italia! And Team Poland, Kuba Gajda, Martina Gajda, Jakub Suchan, Anna Foltynewicz. Bravo, congratulations! yarışı tamamlayan tüm sporcularımızı, tüm takımlarımızı kutluyoruz. Actually, we give applause to all the team, all the athletes, girls and boys. Congratulations, you did your best actually. Bravo. Applause for all the teams. Evet, boşuna demedik. Şampiyonanın en action takımlarından biri Polonya'ydı.
So there is the smiles of victory for Team France. They're on the final leg, adding mixed team relay gold to her individual silver for Manon Laporte. But there is the quartet. Nils Segeri led the way on leg one. Handed over to Lisa Lecomte, Kili Besson, and then Manon Laporte rounded out a gold medal for Team France as they continue to add to the legacy of the French in mixed team relay formats. We've seen them winning so many medals, European Championships, World Championship, Juniors, Under 23 and Senior ranks, and there is no sign of that strength in depth continuing.
Ama biz Türklerde genel olarak hep şöyle bir şey vardır ya, bir konuya konsantre olduğumuzda eğlenceyi unuturuz efendim.
Great performance from the Italians.
Ama onlar bizim canımız. Ellerinden
Riccardo Couture, Sera Crociani, Lorenzo Pelacciardi and Martina McDowell, who had a fantastic leg 4 for Italy to take them to the silver. And then while it was a little confused in terms of the pictures that we were seeing there, it did look like, from what we saw, that Team Poland provisionally had come through at the finish. We'll come out in the wash with the final results, but if that is the case, then Team Poland, Kuba Gadja, Martina Gadja, Jakub Suchan and Hanna Foltynewicz, all of the final results and official results. And of course, everything will be subject to local technical officials ensuring everything correct. All issues have been followed, etc. But looks like that is the case. We're just seeing all of our athletes lining up there. So there is a full podium for 2024 Europe Triathlon Mixed Team Relay Junior Championships here from Balikesir in Turkey. Great racing. Congratulations to Team France. They take the title in the junior ranks. Will their elite and under 23 athletes be able to follow? We'll find that out later on this afternoon. That elite and under 23 mixed relay will kick off at 3:30 p.m. local time in Turkey. That's 2:30 p.m. Central European time, 1:30 if you are in the UK. So just looking down on my clock, that is 3 hours from now. We'll be back with you to take you through the action then. Thank you for joining us. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day and rejoin us this afternoon for the final broadcast event here from the 2024 Europe Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships from Balikesir in Turkey.
We would like to remind you that the prize ceremony, award ceremony is 5:30. Evet, İrlanda'nın son sporcusunu gördük. Finish noktasında. Congratulations Ireland. Hemikar. Evet, Cemre geliyor, Cemre geliyor. Cemre Civelek, Türk takımının son sporcusu. Evet, sağlıkla etabı tamamladı. Alkışlar sana Cemre Civelek. Evet, 22 dakika 3 saniyede kendi parkurunu tamamladı Cemre Civelek. Toplamda artık 1 saat 25. dakikada bitmek üzere. Artık yavaş yavaş da etabın sonuna yaklaştık. Son birkaç sporcumuzu da karşıladıktan sonra artık son startımız için saat 3.30'u beklemeye başlayacağız. Evet, bir kez daha hatırlatalım. Üçüncülüğü Polonya, ikinciliği İtalya ve şampiyonluğu Fransa göğüsledi. Gençler karışık bayrak yarışında işte 5.30'daki ödül töreninde ekip halinde, takımlar halinde sahnede yerlerini alacak şampiyonlarımız. Evet, tek bir sporcumuz parkurda artık Litvanya. Litvanya'nın son sporcusunu alacağız birazdan finish noktasına ve böylelikle gençler bayrak yarışımız tamamlanmış olacak. We have last one athlete from Lithuania is on the track. Yes, she's coming. She's coming to the finish point, ladies and gentlemen. She is going to be the last athlete. And then it's over and we are going to give the last start of the championship at 3:30 for the elite mixed relay. Evet, finish noktasına yaklaşan. Yes, the last athlete is right now at the finish point. Vilguste Gustaitje, congratulations. Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, şimdilik bu kadar diyoruz. Öğleden sonra 15.30'da şampiyonamızın son startı için aşağıda suyun yanında start noktasında olacağız. 21 sporcuyla elitler bayrak yarışını gerçekleştireceğiz. Şimdilik hoşça kalın.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Balikesir in Turkey. This is the Europe Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships 2024, Sunday afternoon, and it is the 10th and final race of our broadcast coverage from this European Championship event. And we are closing the show with the Mixed Team Relay Championships for our senior athletes. You're seeing the athletes introduced. Well, that's an original one. I think we've got a cat, or I think it was a cat just coming in there for Team Hungary. Gergely Kiss, Sofia Kovac, Mark Devey, Zanet Kutor Bragmeier. Busy 2 days of action that we have had so far. This morning we had the mixed team relays for our juniors, and that went the way of the pre-race favourites from Team France. So the French team adding to the previous medals from the last 2 days of competition, where in the individual juniors we saw the titles going to Jean-Nuno Batista and Fanny Zalai. There's the French team just coming out for the seniors, looking to add another medal. In the senior ranks, we had Sandra Daudet from France and Nicola Azzano from Italy. And under 23 championships going to Susanna Mikhalichova and Juan Denigro from Slovakia and Italy, respectively. So we see our teams being introduced there. Interestingly, for Portugal, I was looking at their team lineup. It's Rodrigo Pissarro, Maria Tomei, Jean Nuno Batista, and Mariana Vargem. And interestingly, the Portuguese team, they didn't enter a squad in the junior ranks this morning. Now we can see the logic behind that, because they have taken their top two men, Rodrigo Pissarro and Jean Nuno Batista, who are exceptional in the swim bike stage. And obviously Batista went on to take the gold in the juniors, but they will be joining and effectively racing up in the seniors with Maria Tomei, the Paris Olympian, who's not resting on her laurels after an 11th place finish in the French capital, and took 5th with the Portuguese squad in the mixed team relay there, joining alongside Mariana Vargem, who was 6th in the individual, 2nd in the under-23 race yesterday. So they are definitely going to be a team to look out for. Here's Team Poland, who are perhaps the surprise bronze medalist this morning. In the junior ranks, France taking gold, silver going to Italy, but Poland winning a sprint finish on the blue carpet to come home with the bronze. Here is the team from the Ukraine: Vitaly Vorontsov, Darina Moskalenko, Alexei Kulish, and Marina Krik. Should be seeing Team Ireland the next to step through the intro area. Here we are in the green colours. James Edgar on the right. He should be their lead-off man. He had an exceptional race in the individual, took 4th place. And then he'll be passing on to Erin McConnell, Russell White, and Saoirse O'Brien. Wearing number 17, it's our host nation from Turkey, here for the 2nd consecutive year for this Sprint and Relay Championship event at Balikesir, in another popular host and a really interesting swim course, which you'll see for the first time if you've not been with us for our previous events. But oh dear, it looks like Slovakia having a little bit of fun as they yeah, definitely winning the competition for best intro so far there. Philip Lizak, Susanna Mikhalichova, who's had a great championship so far, 3rd overall in the individual race, but also as part of that, taking the under 23 gold medal. She'll be handing off to Peter Rochas and Emma Bickey. Just saw Romania following Slovakia, and here is the team from Finland. Veikka Saaren, Kaisa Karanen, Max Valta, and Helena Napi. And that brings us through to what should be the final team to be introduced. Team number 21 from Bulgaria. Alexander Votsalov, Anastasia Pacheva, Boris Andreev, and Miruba Narikova. So our lead athletes will be onto the pontoon. We are just moments away from the start of this grand finale, the mixed team relay event, European Championships on the line for our senior athletes. 20 athletes on the start. They're lined up. The technical officials' flags are flying. So the race will be underway in the next few seconds. Nerves jangling, but they are away for the final time this weekend into that crystal blue water. So this mixed team relay format, 4 athletes racing for each nation in male, female order. Each athlete completing a short super sprint triathlon before tagging on to the next athlete. And then, of course, the first athlete across the line. So athlete number 4 will determine the direction of the medals. The course here in Balikesir, kicking off with this almost directly straight 270-meter swim to start. So they basically all but the last 15 meters when they do a left-hand turn around the buoys to take them into transition, direct straight line. So that reduces any chances really, or certainly would significantly reduces the chances of physical contact around buoys, etc. They'll then go out onto a 5.2 kilometer bike course. So if you were watching the individual races yesterday, many of the same roads, however, there is an extension to the loop. So rather than yesterday, we were doing just over 7K across a 3-loop course. Today, it's 1 loop of 5.2 kilometers. And then we will finish off with almost identical run to yesterday, with the exception of the first 3 athletes have an additional 200 meters, which they need to complete. So that will take them back down to the swim to start for the handover area. So which way is this going to go? Well, I was looking down at the list of teams, the list of athletes, and I reckon that this race is pretty open. Ahead of the junior race this morning, you'd have to put very, very short odds on the French taking the title, which they did. Such was the strength in depth across all 4 athletes. But looking down here, the likes of Germany, of Great Britain, of Italy, of Hungary, of France, of Portugal, just to name 6, and I could probably extend that. I think all of those athletes and all of those teams will be starting today thinking if they have the perfect race, the great day, they're all in with a chance of a podium. And once you're in with a podium chance, could be a chance of taking the victory. So I'm expecting some close racing, which is really the signature of this mixed team relay format. It looks like we've got Spain leading out. On leg one, that should be Eduardo Blanco Molla. I think I saw the tri-suit of Hungary, Gergely Kiss, and the Hungarians all never too far away when the swim is concerned. Great Britain have got Marcus Day on leg one. Now he's perennially a very strong swimmer. Can see Valentin Morlek coming through there. And there's really not much at all. Maybe only 10 seconds or so between the vast majority of that field coming out of the water. The Azzurri, the blue of Italy, was also in there. You can just see him coming up to the bike on the right-hand side. That's Juan De Nigro. Juan had a brilliant race yesterday in the individual, second overall, behind his compatriot Nicola Azzano, who will be on leg 3 today, and in the process earning himself both the silver medal in the elite senior category, but also the gold for the under 23s as well. Just turns 20 this year, so it's his first year out of the junior ranks. He's proven himself as a junior, and he has been making it a fantastic start to his senior career. So very early stages of the bike, and we have a significant group there. That looks like we're going to have probably at least 10 of the teams very, very closely matched. And let's hope that that continues. That is something that we have consistently seen. It's one of the great things that I and everybody loves about the mixed team relay format. You can look on paper, think that you know which way it's going to go, but invariably something happens. Small moments, bad decisions, bad luck, a crash. It could be anything at all. And such is the fine margins here can make such a difference. So Gergely Kiss there in second place from Team Hungary. And I think that was the Austrian strip that just came through. Thomas Winterschauber. He had a strong performance in the individual race, 11th place finish yesterday. So as you can see, the roads here very flat, very fast. We've got great conditions. Temperatures have been hovering in the low 30s centigrade. Water temperature obviously very warm as well, hence no wetsuits, not even remotely required here. Well above the maximum allowable temperatures for wetsuits. You can also see Bulgaria there, Alexander Bosilov. He was one of the athletes that is coming in fresh. We were expecting him to race yesterday, but I don't think he actually started in the individual race. He has been performing really well this year. He's actually a junior athlete and has been performing consistently, getting lots of podiums through the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup Series. And this super sprint format, these short distance races, they certainly do level the playing field a little bit when we do get those junior athletes who have been, of course, very used to racing over sprint and super sprint formats coming up through their development and moving up into the under 23 and senior ranks. They haven't potentially had the time to build the full endurance base, so it can be a little bit difficult, that jump up to the Olympic distance against the seasoned seniors. But you put them against the seniors over this format, which is very consistent with what they've been racing, and they are highly, highly competitive. And you can see there, well, that looks like pretty much the entire field there. I'm not going to try and count them, but that must be at least 16, 17. So I don't think there's going to be too many nations have missed the break there. And with such a short section on the bike and these high speeds, Nothing really in terms of technicality. Hills, it's just flat, fast, sweeping bends. It is going to be very, very difficult to get away. So that does put the pressure on the very few technical aspects at the far end of the course. There was the only real U-turn on the course. So this is just the section that they didn't do yesterday, which is extended the loop for today's mixed relay course. It's James Edgar in the green in 4th place. We're just coming back to those little areas that can sometimes impact. We did see that today, and it was the dismount line at for the 3rd athlete in the juniors, Team Luxembourg. They were really having a magnificent race right up there in a little break with Team France. Looked like the 2 athletes were going to come in together alongside France's Achille Besson. But then the Luxembourg athlete just lost a key bit of time. Looked like as he dismounted the bike, his managed to knock, or his shoe hit the floor on the pedal. The shoe came off of the pedal, so he had to stop, go back and get that. And now that just 10, 12 seconds just really put Team Luxembourg on the back foot. It was so key, leaving France to hand over to Manon Laporte, the silver medalist from the individual race, and take the gold in style. So as we go through the racing, keep your eyes out for all of these small things. A few seconds here or there can always make such a difference. But we are on the return leg here, back towards the transition area. 10 minutes already into the racing action. And so the opportunity for a break on leg 1, if it's going to come, I suspect it could well be coming on the run. Be very, very late for somebody to try actually a breakaway, but of course trying to position yourself, get in the right spot for that sometimes difficult dismount into T2, particularly when you're in a large group at high speed like this. You don't typically want to be at the back of the field. Somebody falls in front of you, or you get delayed. Somebody has a bad transition. Can have that knock-on effect. And those seconds can be so crucial. But we are going to be heading into transition now. So this is the 2024 European Triathlon Senior Mixed Team Relay Championship. We're on leg 1. We're racing as we will continue to do until the end of 2024 in male, female, male, female format. And we're on leg 1. This is our athletes coming into T2, and it looked like Team Hungary, Gurgly Kiss, had just managed to get towards the front to try and come off the bike in first position. Look at those athletes coming in, and it is Kiss. It's Poland again performing exceptionally well. Brudziak, Denigro there, Friedlance. Now Friedlance has come here from the Olympic Games. He actually raced in the mixed team relay in Paris. He was a very late substitute. Unfortunately, there was illness for Adrian Brifod, and so no post-Olympics come down for Sylvain Friedlance. He's had the call from Team Switzerland, and he's wearing those colours with pride once again. So it looks like almost the entire field there. So Austria just missing out there. So that was Winschbauer. So apologies. I think I mentioned Austria earlier, which clearly a mistake. That should have been Poland. So apologies to Maciej Brudziak. He was the guy in the red tri-suit that was up towards the front. as they go around that bend. There is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 10, if not 11 runners together in the early stages of the run. So we're looking down from this drone coverage. So where they are on the course now, they're running out to the far end of the course. They'll then do pretty much a U-turn back on themselves, at which point over to the left of the screen you will be seeing the bright blue of the swim course. Just see it appearing in the distance, and then as they run back down, first time around here they will run to the side of the blue finish archway to take them out onto the second lap, and then as they come round again in the individual, they've returned onto the blue carpet for the first 3 legs. They're actually going to continue on for a few more meters, and then they will loop back down to the swim start for the handover, and then only on the final leg will the lead athlete come onto the blue carpet and under the blue finish archway. So we can see the lead outrider on the left. The athletes are going to flow through. It looks like the blue of Juan De Nigro, the young Italian, turns 20 this year. Had great success on the Europe Triathlon Junior Cup circuit, winning his home race in Caorle 3 years back to back. And as we said, has already made that move up to the senior ranks with style. European under-23 champion yesterday, taking the silver in the individual, and he also had a silver medal, second place to none other than the Olympic champion Alex Yee in Kitzbühel about 4 to 6 weeks ago, when Alex raced in a Europe Triathlon Cup event over in Switzerland as part of his preparations for Paris 2024. So Juan De Nigro is a fine athlete now, but I think he's going to be one of the names to look out for over the coming years. He's showing all the skills, all the talent, and improving year on year. And at just 20 years of age, you have to think his best years are still ahead of him. On his shoulder, it did look like we had Sylvain Friedlands from Switzerland. So the Swiss team were 7th place in Paris, which was, it feels like a long time ago, but it was just this Monday, wasn't it? Past Monday, so 6 days ago. That incredible mixed team relay event in the French capital that concluded with one of the most amazing finishes that we've ever seen, I think, in any form of triathlon, with Laura Lindemann, Taylor Knibb and Beth Potter going full gas on the Pont Alexandre Trois to determine the direction of those medals. Team Germany taking the title there. Will they be inspired today to do similar? I'm seeing a white tri-suit at the front. That could well be Germany. Jan Diener is the German athlete on leg 1. He had an excellent performance in the individual race, 7th overall, and also got on the podium in the under-23 race in the process, where he took 3rd place. But there is really not much between them. So this is the point where I was saying that just these first 3 legs, they have a little extra run because they have to do a right-hand turn here. So this is the extra 200 meters or so, which takes those first 3-leg athletes down to the swim start and the handover point. So just seeing an athlete sprint to the front there. Is that the red colours? So this is the point where you just go, whatever you've got left, this is when you have to get rid of it. And wow, we do have an all-out sprint here. It could be the Azzurri, and I'm like you, looking from these drone shots. It's a long way out, but that could be the blue of Italy. No, it could well be France, actually. So there is really not much between anybody here. So this is Valentin Morlek. He's just going to hand over to Eloma Hadoum with a very small advantage. De Nigro's there, Hamish Riley, Friedlands, Brudziak, Edgar from Ireland. The Belgians are there. The Belgian Hammers, who their elite team so unfortunately were unable to start in Paris due to the illness of Claire Michel. But that Belgian Hammers project has really put the focus in Belgium on this mixed team relay. And it's a legacy that they want to continue. Many of the athletes here will be looking in due course to try and emulate the likes of Claire Michel, Julien Vermeulen, Jelle Geens, Martin van Riel, and others that have gone before them. And now into the crystal blue waters here. So who have we got on leg number 2? Ilona Hadoum from France. Last year had a magnificent season, was the European and world champion in the junior ranks. For Italy on leg 2, we've got Sharon Spimi, 7th place yesterday, so she's in great form. For Great Britain, we saw Marcus Day. He is handing over to Bethany Cook, who was 11th yesterday. A multiple medalist in the under-23 championship. I think she's got medals the last 2 years in this championship, 2022-2023. Based now in the US on a scholarship at an American college. So there really is some class athletes in there. We should be seeing Sofia Kovac for Hungary. Didn't see the Portuguese handover, but I'm sure they must have been up there towards the front, in which case it would be another Olympian that we have racing, Maria Tomei. Maria was 11th in the individual race in Tokyo. Sorry, in Paris 10 days or so ago, and was part of the team that took 5th place in the mixed team relay at the Olympic Games as well. But up at the front, just looking there must be what, 1, 2, about 7 teams it looks like, in very, very close order. In fact, it may be more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4. There could be up to 9 teams, I think. So he did say at the start, and it was just my opinion, but that's what I'm here to try and do. When I looked on, at least on paper, I thought this race is a very, very open one. There's lots of teams that have some great athletes across the board. I didn't see one absolute standout odds-on favourite, and from a viewer perspective, that is fantastic. That means that we really cannot guess exactly what is going to happen to the end, and that's why these mixed team relays, they manage to go by almost before you know it. You've started and then you just get engrossed in the action. So a little slip there just as that first athlete came out. Hopefully we'll just get a shot of them as they come in. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think that is nine teams, if my eyes are not deceiving me, and they are separated by, well, probably 4 seconds. So Sandra Daudet from France in there. So if that is the case, so apparently I've been assuming per the data I had that it was going to be Ilona Hadoum on the first leg, but it looks like they've swapped around. We've got Sandra Daudet, our champion from yesterday. Certainly seemed to be the athlete right up at the front in the French kit. So we'll see if they have just done a change of order or whether there has been a change of personnel as we get onto the last leg. I'm pretty sure that that was Sandra Daudet, not Ilona Hadoum.
Balıkesir sadece güreşte değil, işte bu şampiyona sayesinde triatlon sporunu da dünyaya duyurdu ki geçen sene İlkini gerçekleştirdiğimiz şampiyonamızın ardından bir senenin ardından yine bu
Just the smallest of breaks there. We've got a group of 4, group of 3. I'm pretty sure that that 3 will manage to bridge up, but there was a little bit of a bigger gap back to positions 8 and 9. Only really 3 or 4 seconds, but at this sort of pace, it's these moments that can be so crucial. If you just miss that break, then it can be racing against the power of an organized group. Can be so difficult. And there we go. That even just visually, that gap does appear to have grown between what looks like it's now going to be a group of 4 formed at the front. So we have Team Germany, Team Belgium, we have Italy, Hungary,
teknik delegelerimiz, hakemlerimiz, evet, en büyük emeği verenlerden ellerinize sağlık. Çok teşekkür
so
ediyoruz.
for Germany on the front, that was due to be Julia Brocker. She was a top 10 finisher in the individual and also took the bronze in the under-23 race in the process. So off the back of some great racing yesterday. For Belgium, it should be Hasse Vlerakers. Set up well on leg 1 by Arnaud Mengol. So Hasse was a little bit further back, actually. Overall position was 41, so that means she was 11th in the B final, but inspired by the Belgian kit in the mixed relay, doing a great job so far.
Koşu parkuru da toplamda 1800 metre, 900 metreyi 2 tur koşarak finish noktasına varmaktalar. Evet, 20 takımla start aldık. Toplamda 80 sporcuyu göreceğiz parkurda. En heyecanlı anları da
So the German team, of course, world champions, Olympic champions. Team Germany just seem to have the mixed team relay format, along with the French, and maybe the Germans have sort of taken over the mantle a little bit the last couple of years. Do seem to have this ability to sometimes produce a team format and performance that is greater, at least on paper, than the sum of their parts. They get it right. And it's Julia Brocker there at the moment, setting the pace on the front. She just moves over, I think, trying to encourage through. So Germany, Belgium, Italy. I think that's on looking on the back of the field. I'm pretty sure. Actually, maybe third from the back. I think that is Sandra Dode. So I would just like to just get a clearer picture of that, just to make sure that I am not, my eyes are not deceiving me, but I'm pretty sure that I think it is Sandra Dode on leg 2 for the French and not Ilona Hadoum. But as they come round this far end of the course, so this is the turning point, pretty much a U-turn. So if we just look across the road, what is the gap? So yeah, that gap, we can see the 2 chasers. So that was key as they came onto the bike. Just that few seconds mean that those 2 teams have been metaphorically spat out the back. See Beth Cook for Great Britain. She was in there as well. So that we know we've got Germany, we know we've got Great Britain, we know we've got Italy, we know we've got France in here. We've got Belgium. So they'll now be starting to think about what is coming up. Starting to prepare, thinking about the transition, thinking about the entry on the bike and positioning on the group to get the best transition. And we saw Sandra Dode. She did run to victory yesterday, and maybe she's just trying to use her experience to do similar again. We haven't seen her towards the front on the bike here. She's been more than happy to be following the pace setting, which I have to say has been primarily done by Team Germany. Julia Brocker has been the powerhouse on leg 2 on the bike. But Dode, very confident in her running ability, and why wouldn't you be? Having won the individual race on the run yesterday. So just perhaps using that experience. She's been around the triathlon block for many years now. Won, I think, 4 World Triathlon Cup events in her career. She's been at many championships. She's been part of Team France mixed team relays on many occasions before. So she's well aware of the intricacies. Do we have a little bit of a split late on? It is very late, and the gap that they get at this point, whatever it is, if they do get one at all, is not going to be significant. But we've just got the smallest of splits there. We've got effectively 7 teams at the front, but just 3 just breaking away very slightly just in the final 300 or 400 meters as we come into transition. So if you're just joining us, this is the European Triathlon Championships, a mixed team relay triathlon senior category. This is our final race of the weekend here in the Balikesir in Turkey, here for this championship event for the 2nd consecutive season. We've got 7 teams in contention, but 3 have just taken the opportunity to just break away in the final stages of leg 2. So they come to the dismount line. Oh, and actually it's Libby Coleman. Apologies, I said Beth Cook. So we have had another team change. Looks like Libby Coleman is actually on the British squad. We also had Switzerland were one of the other teams in the mix there. So 7 teams in transition. We'll get a closer look at how that's going to play out in terms of order over the opening meters of the run, but those 7 teams that currently heading the way: Team Germany, Team Great Britain, Team Belgium, Team Switzerland, Team Italy, Team Hungary, and Team France. So have we seen the Portuguese? Did I miss them? I'll be certainly expecting Portugal to be up there, so it could well be that they have gone past, or I've missed them. They could well be part of that group, so if I have missed them, apologies, but I'm sure we will pick that up over the next few moments. So as these chasers rack their bikes at the end of leg 2, get out onto the run, we'll be looking to see how things are panning out over this 2-lap run course here at our venue of Balikesir Avlu. We are in the Marmara region of Turkey. The city of Balikesir has a population just over 300,000. And oh, there is Portugal. Now, I wonder what has gone on there, because we saw yesterday, their first leg athlete, Rodrigo Pissarro, had a really excellent race in the junior category, was right up at the front for the swim and bike, but was not expecting Portugal to be back that far at this stage. But from our loose group of 7 that came into transition together, we do have something of a split going on the early part of the run.
Evet, ikinci tur tüm hızıyla devam ediyor. Kadın atletlerimiz parkurda. Evet. Erkeklerdeki gibi toplu halde.
Looks like our first loose group of athletes just going past the start-finish area under the not under the blue archway, but next to the blue archway to begin that lap. Sandra Dode didn't appear to have had the best transition, but she has used her run speed to move up towards the front, it looked like, with Team Germany. Here comes some of the chasers there just now going past that the blue carpet area. So they are quite a way down, and at the moment at least going to be very, very tough for any teams not in that leading 7 to get themselves back into medal contention. Just seen that Barbara de Koning from the Netherlands there. Barbara, very, very young, but very, very experienced. She's been racing for many, many years, and she's been a key part of that Team Netherlands squad. And she raced for the Netherlands in the final Olympic qualification race down in Hutalco. It's the final opportunity for the Netherlands to secure their spot in the Olympic Games mixed team relay. And alongside Mitch Kolkman, Rachel Klammer and Richard Murray, they were able to secure that position. So it wasn't Barbara that personally had the slot in Paris, but she was a key part in enabling her compatriots to get that start in the French capital. I'm sure we will be seeing much more from Barbara de Koning and her younger sister Sonia de Koning over the coming years. So into the very late stages of the run now, so it's starting to turn the attentions towards that swim handover. We've just got a little bit of running left. Our leader's just going up to the far end of the run course. So at this point, only about 400 meters left. They'll effectively run 200 meters approximately alongside the swim course before making that U-turn back down to the swim start area, the handover point. This will be athlete number 2 handing over to athlete number 3. So the first female in the team handing over to the second male athlete in this male-female, male-female ordered triathlon mixed team relay here in Balikesir. So there we go. We're getting our leaders on the very final sprint. At this point, they are absolutely sprinting down to that handover area. It did look like Sandra Dode had moved to the front of the race, and here she is. She should be handing over to Jules Rethero, and indeed she does. So it is France, and then we have Germany and Italy locked together. The Italians have the individual champion, Nicola Azzano on their squad. So they will certainly not believe that they are out of contention. Already got a silver medal this morning. That looks like the Swiss as well, going in fourth. So it's breaking up a little, but certainly, from my perspective at least, certainly not decisive at this, I was going to say early stage, but we're right at the midpoint now, aren't we, of this European Triathlon Championship Mixed Team Relay Triathlon here in Balikesir, Turkey, 2024. At the beginning of the swim on leg 3. In the water for France, Jules Rethereau, and chasing for Germany and Italy are Eric Diener and European Super Sprint champion Nicola Azzano, respectively. So Switzerland, I believe they have Maxime Fleury on leg 3. So look out for Maxime because he's in good form as well. We talk about Nicola Azzano being the champion yesterday, but in third place, that was Maxime Fleury from Switzerland. So he will be definitely wanting to try and just bridge up those few seconds and be part of that chasing group. And that could be quite a difficult situation for Jules Rethereau if he is isolated at the front of the race. And then there is a small but talented chasing group of 3 or 4 athletes. Then that can be pretty difficult. When we saw maybe a couple of times through that mixed team relay last Monday at the Olympic Games, that the Brits led going into that final leg, but Beth Potter was isolated. Had a great position in terms of a lead at the front by 10 seconds or so at one point. But then when you had the chasing duo or trio, particularly when one of those is the talent on the bike of the likes of Taylor Knibb, maybe left the person in front isolated who's got nobody else to work with or take shelter from on the bike. So this race absolutely not over. Coming out of the water, that's Jules Rethereau just leading the way for France. Got a gap of, I'm going to guess, put a watch on it, but maybe 7, 8, 9 seconds, something like that. But we do have a quartet of teams that are now close. We've got Germany, we've got Italy, we've got Switzerland, and just looking down at the tri-suit, I think that's also going to be Great Britain. I think that will be Hamish Riley. Again, he's another athlete that had a great individual race. 6th place overall, so right up in the mix, taking the silver medal in the process in the under-23 event. He's a class act as well, bronze medalist 2022 at the World Championships. Was part of the mixed team relay gold medal winning team here last year as well. So has the experience, winner this year as well. So all of the signs for Hamish Riley. He's in a positive state of mind. He won over in Ireland in Cork. And just look there, we talked about small margins. Well, is that Rethereau at the front? Has his transition not gone well, or are we just looking at that chasing quartet? I think that might be the 4 athletes. But if we can get... In fact, no, it has all come together. I thought that was the case. So Jules Rethereau, was handed over in a great position from Sandra Dode. Came out of the swim with that lead. But that has been, it appears anyway, looks to be closed up. Yes, it is. There's 5 athletes there. So that's not necessarily a bad move for the French. As I said, being out there on your own, sort of dangling in front, can be pretty difficult. But we now have some real class in here. We've got Riley, we've got Azano, we've got Rethero, we've got Fleury from Switzerland, and Eric Diener should be the scheduled athlete on leg 3 for the Germans. So while we still have 1.5 legs of the 4 here to go, I think this 5 is where the medals are going to come from. An exceptionally strong group of athletes here that have performed really well. We know that they're in form. We have Azano, was the first place finisher yesterday. Fleury was in 3rd place. We've got Hamish Riley. He was 6th, taking a silver in the under-23 as well. Rethero, he was a little bit further back in 17th. But overall, they've got a good gap from the rest of the field. 5 athletes, 5 nations working together, and they do appear to be working together.
Artık son damlasında, kanlarının son damlasındalar gerçekten. O yüzden her şeylerini önlerine koyacaklarını bizler biliyoruz. Gelin hep birlikte şahit olalım.
In fact, I think I am going to have to correct myself there. I'm looking down. I thought that Maxime Fleury from Switzerland was in there. So apologies if you are screaming at the screen. I think you are correct. I think that is Team Hungary. Now, and that is not the Swiss. Now that is Team Hungary. Now they had a really, really interesting lineup. If they have followed what was listed on there, because they had 2 absolutely top tier athletes that were not part of the individual races. They have brought in Uber swimmer Mark Devey on leg 3. And they're also scheduled to have Jeanette Couture-Bragmeyer on the final leg as well. So Devey, that would be quite key for how the Hungarians have managed to close the gap up on that first leg, because Devey is, well, quite probably the best swimmer in world triathlon racing at the moment. He's right up there at the front of pretty much every swim, alongside the likes of Vincent Louis from France. So that 5, just to confirm, and just to make sure I have fully corrected myself, I'd said this it was Switzerland, but that's not the case. So our leading 5 at the moment, it's France, Germany, Italy, Great Britain, and Hungary. So clearly based on that selection and that commitment, if that is indeed Devey, and yet that seems to be the case. That shows real intent from the Hungarians, and also commitment from their athletes. Jeanette Couture-Bragmeyer, I'm pretty sure I did see her on the introductions. She's one of the athletes that did race in the individual race at the Olympic Games. Had a fantastic swim and bike section, was right up at the front in that lead group all the way through. Finished up in 26th position overall. I know she has had a little bit of an Achilles injury, which has been restricting her running. But Jeanette is one of those athletes that just races and races and races. She loves to race. She races all formats. We've seen her in Duathlon World Championships. We've seen her in Aquathlon World Championships. In fact, I think she won the Aquathlon World Championships and a silver in the Duathlon in Ibiza a couple of years ago. In fact, it may have been last year. So she's never afraid of racing. So this leading 5 at the moment doing a great job. They're in the final stages of their bike leg. So once again, we're going to be, as always, just looking at the detail, just making sure that nothing goes wrong, that the dismounts are, you want to be fast, but you also want to be smooth and efficient to avoid mistakes, avoid shoes flying off, avoid crashing into anybody else, anybody blocking your path, etc. So there's always a little bit of work to try and get yourself in prime position entering transition. But this is Marcus Day. So again, apologies for the name change. The Brits have changed their order. They went with Riley first and Day second. So apologies to the Marcus Day fans listening in. I blame the World Triathlon start lists for that one. But both talented athletes, both top 10 finishers in the individual races. And both been performing superbly over the last couple of seasons. They're young athletes making their way through the British system. Marcus Day leading the way out of transition on the run, and it was just Eric Diener from Germany was just the athlete, was just losing a couple of seconds off of the back there. So here's Team Switzerland. So actually I've been saying all along Fleury. So again, another late substitution. So it's not Fleury in their team. I'm going to claim that adds to the reasons for my earlier mistake there in terms of identification. But let's move on and put that behind us. Here come the chasers. See on the back of that group, the Ukraine. We've also got Ireland in there, the Netherlands, Belgium and Spain. But up at the front, while correcting that it was Hungary in that top 5, are still going to stick at the moment with, I think that the 3 medalists are going to come from those first 5 nations that started this third run. So France, Germany, Italy, Hungary and Great Britain at the moment, I think, are the nations who are going to be determining the medals. Now just coming in there just a little bit further down than I think perhaps he would have been expecting, but we're going to be seeing a lot more of him in the future. Jean Nuno Batista. And I said that we're going to have those 5 is where the medals are going to come from. At the end of that first lap, we just got a quick glimpse of them. All 5 athletes absolutely together at the midway point of this 1.9 kilometer run. It's Azano leading the way, Rethero, Devey, Diener and Day. So will the individual European Super Sprint champion Nicola Azano be able to use that form, that speed from yesterday to bring the Azzurri into the lead at the final handover? Or will it be the fresher legs of the super swimmer, who's a pretty good runner as well, Mr. Mark Devey? Just missed out on qualification for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. It had looked set that Hungary would be able to qualify 3 athletes for the Games right up until, I think it was almost, if not the very, very final weekend. And a nation can get 3 males or 3 females into the Olympics if they have 3 athletes qualified in the top 30 in the world rankings. And Mark Devey's ranking had just slipped, I think, out to 31. And it was Spain that were the nation that were able to have 3 male athletes represented in France. But Devey looking to put that disappointment behind him. And back here in the colours of his nation, doing them proud. But we should have some talent coming up on the final leg. Now, of course, slight disclaimer, we've had a few changes as we've seen going through the race in different orders, but at least as scheduled, we're expecting to see Germany with Marlene Gomez-Gurgel, Great Britain. We did see a change on leg 2, so we're either going to be seeing Beth Cook or Sophia Green, I think. I'll hold fire on who that will be. Carlotta Mizaglia should be the scheduled Italian. I think we're definitely going to be seeing Zanette Couture-Bragmeier for Hungary. Sandra Dode switched to leg 2. So will it be Ilona Hadoum on leg 4 for France? We'll find out in a few seconds. But here we go. It's just broken up just a little bit there on that final sprint. And it's Germany and Great Britain are the 2 teams, I think, that have just dropped off a little. It looks like it is going to be Azzano from Italy, Dina from Germany, and Retherow from France. That trio have just got a little gap. And Marcus Day, Great Britain, and Mark Devey from Hungary, handing over in 4th and 5th, around 4 to 5 seconds back. So time after time, ladies and gentlemen, these mixed team relays, they just deliver entertainment all the way through. You're just never quite sure which way it is going to go. And right now, I would absolutely not be putting any of my money on any of these 5 nations. I have no idea which way this is going to go. And I did say right at the beginning, yesterday I said, this morning I said Team France in the juniors, absolutely the outright favourites. Before we began today, I said, I think this race is absolutely open. And there were 5, 6, maybe even more teams that would be confident and believe that they could podium, if not win. And right now, I think that assessment has proved to be correct. So just looking down at that potential scenario, now we know that we had Devey had just lost 4 or 5 seconds just on that final 200-meter sprint run-in down to the handover point. But Hungary are due to have Zanette Couture-Bragmeier on that final leg. Zanette is absolutely one of the best and most consistent swimmers in short course world and European triathlon racing. So she will absolutely believe that she has the swim capacity to swim back up to the leading trio of Italy, Germany and France. And the good news is we will be able to see exactly how that has panned out in the next few seconds. But at least visually, here we go. We got a great overhead shot there. That tells us that we had a split. We had a trio, and then Day and DeVay, Great Britain and Hungary, just lost just a couple of seconds in that final run-in. But that shows us quite evidently, quite clearly, that we are going to have 5 nations going for gold, silver and bronze. Here, this is the final event, the final day, the European Triathlon Championships for 2024, the mixed team relay senior ranks. We're going to have Italy, Germany, France, Hungary and Great Britain exiting the swim in the next few moments, just seconds apart. Looks like the white strip of Germany leading the way. So we think that that's going to be Gomez Gurgel. We've got the blue of Italy, I think, coming through in second. So we're looking there for Carlotta Misaglia. It's the scheduled athlete on leg 2, unless they have switched around. We will see that in the next few moments. So as the hosts, they hand over back down at the swim start to begin their final leg, but the action is right at the front of the race. We're really going to be keeping our eyes on the very beginning of that bike leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 nations together. That 5th team out. Just going to be wanting to have a good transition. They've just lost a few seconds. Will that be crucial? We did see this a little earlier on where we had a group of 7 and 2 just lost a couple of seconds and couldn't get back. But this is it. We just have 2 disciplines left. This is the 4th and final athletes. We just have 5.2 kilometers of cycling and then the final 1.7 kilometer run. This is to determine the direction of the medals and likely the top 5 positions of this final event of the Balikesir Europe Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships for 2024. Who will be the leading nation, the European Mixed Team Relay Champions? And I think this very loose group, I think, is all going to come together very, very soon. It's Italy and France. Together, but there we go. That did look like that was all going to come together. So we did see earlier on Julia Brocca was doing a lot of work on the front of the pace setting. Will that similar approach here from the German athlete prove fruitful? It looks behind as though, yeah, a few of those athletes are going, no, we're more than happy here. Perhaps taking a little guidance. If you watch the Olympic women's marathon this morning, Sifan Hassan, she knew her strengths and she was not going to be at the front of the race until the very, very, very late stages, until she absolutely needed to be. That saying, train your weaknesses, race to your strengths, has never been truer. So once again, just to remind you, we are on leg 4, the final athletes for our mixed team relay European champions for 2024. In this leading group, it's Italy, France, Germany, Hungary, and Great Britain. So we can confirm we've got Beth Cook in there. So there was indeed a little bit of a change in the personnel for the Great Britain team from the originally listed quartet. Germany continuing to do this work on the front. Is this the correct tactics? We will find out over the next 5 or 6 minutes. Coming down to that U-turn, so we're really now on the run in back to transition. Who is going to take the title? Which way is this going to go? What a fantastic finale to 3 days of racing action here in Balikesir in Turkey. 2 days of finals, Friday's semi-finals. And what a way to wrap up the action. It's the final day of the Olympics. It's the final day of this European Championship event. So on the front from Hungary, Zanet Kutor-Bragmeier. Definitely one of the most experienced athletes in this group. She has been consistently racing at World Triathlon Championship Series level for many years. Has World Cup victories, European Triathlon Cup victories, been to Olympic Games, European Games, and more. But the Team Germany just looking to make a very, very late move. Just causing a little bit of a split there. Really nothing, I don't think, that's going to be significant. But perhaps just a bit of positioning ahead of that 4th and final bike to run transition. And of course, this time at the end of that run, we will not be looking at a handover to the next swimmer. This is it. We are on discipline 11 here. We've gone swim, bike, run through 3 times for our first 3 athletes. Our 4th athletes have done swim. They're about to complete the bike. That will make it 11, and then it's all going to come down to this final run leg, 1.7 kilometers, 2 laps here at our venue at Balikesir Avlu to determine the direction of the final medals of the 2024 European Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships. Get ready, everybody. Which way is your money going? Who is your team? Who are your favourites? Who is going to take the title? We only have about 5 or 6 minutes to find out who the champions will be.
Hakemlerimiz, teknik görevlilerimiz, teknik delegelerimiz hem Avrupa Triatlon Birliği'nden hem Türkiye'nin kıymetli hakemleri.
So as they come into transition yet, so Elena Hadum.
3 gün boyunca sürekli canlı yayında meşakkatli çalıştılar gece gündüz demeden. Onların ellerine sağlık. Prodüksiyon ekibimize teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve en büyük alkışı, en büyük teşekkürü gönüllü ekibimize veriyoruz. Çünkü gerçekten...
So this is it, the final transition. They want to ensure it's fast but also efficient, clean, no mistakes, no errors, no penalties. And it looks like, was that Great Britain's Beth Cook just getting out first? So Beth Cook, followed by Italy, and Jeanette Couture-Bragmeier just at the back there. So she just lost a couple of seconds. We know heading into that Olympic Games, and in a post-race comment, she did say, after having a brilliant swim and bike, and she knew going into the Games that she had a little bit of an injury, but she had an Achilles niggle. So that did see her slip down from that brilliant position down to 26th at the finish. Is she going to be able to perform today with just 1.7 kilometers of running ahead of her? Here come the chasers, but their chase today, in terms of medals at least, is definitely going to be in vain. Your podium is definitely going to be decided between Italy, France, Germany, Hungary and Great Britain. And hopefully we will get to see a little bit of how that is panning out with our next shots, where we should see our final leg runners coming on the path section next to the blue finish archway. There's the Ukraine and Italy athletes on leg form finishing their cycle. So here we go. Oh, we still have Italy, Germany and Great Britain together. So it looks like it is France and Hungary, from that shot at least, are the two nations that just seem to have just lost a few seconds there.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, the teams are already at the last round of the
So you can see, yeah.
Oh my God, so many supporters around.
Jeanette Couture-Bragmeier and Ilona Hadum. Hadum just moves past the Hungarian, but is she going to have what it takes to bridge back up to that leading trio? It is going to be very, very tough. Well into now, what, 600-700 meters to go from this point on. What a finish that we have in store. This is the final race of the day, the final championship podium. We've seen the semi-finals of the individual races on Friday, the A and the B finals for juniors and the elites and under 23s on Saturday. We saw Team France rule Europe as mixed team relay champions, the junior category on Sunday morning. But on this Sunday afternoon into evening, who is going to take the title? We are just moments away from seeing them at the finish.
Everybody was welcome, and we hope to see you next year again. We will see actually what will happen next year.
I think it could be a sprint finish as well.
We will meet here again in Balikesir.
So we've already seen Italy take the silver in the junior team relay.
They did a really great job.
Are they going to be able to add another relay medal?
To make a race, actually. That's why we would like
Or is the youngster from France, Ilona Hadoum, initially dropped off that trio? It looked like she was putting everything in to try and bridge back. We really need to see now. There's very final stages of the run. That's the key thing here. And here we go. Oh, we've got a absolute sprint finish here. Oh, it looks like Italy just took the gold from Germany, with Great Britain, Beth Cook, just coming across the line in third place. It's France in fourth, Hungary in fifth position. Wow, wow, wow, what a finish. The Italians go one better than they did in the junior mixed relay, but what a finish. I don't think there's going to be even a second between them on the finish line. And mixed relay and sprint finishes, drama. What is it about this format? It is magnificent. I will say to anybody, I believe that the triathlon mixed team relay is the best mixed gender event that we have across all sports. I just think it ticks every box for excitement, for integrity, for pure elite performance, for tactics. Everything is in this format of racing, and it just delivers time after time after time. And congratulations, Team Italy, via a sprint finish. Just stopping the mighty Germans from taking a clean sweep of global titles. Team Germany, of course, just won the Olympic Games. They were the world champions, and with a different squad, we're looking to add the European Championship here in Balikesir to complete the set. But the Italians have just, in a brilliant race, with their team of Juan De Nigro, Sharon Spimi, Nicola Azzano and Carlotta Mizaglia, just by the narrowest of margins, crossed the line to take gold here in Balikesir in Turkey. That has proven to be a fine host once again. It's the second consecutive year of this Europe Triathlon Sprint and Relay Championships. And what a way to finish things. We've still got athletes coming up to the finish. But congratulations to all of our athletes that have competed so bravely and given everything across 3 days of action. There's definitely going to be some tired bodies. Many of these athletes, this will be their third day of racing. through the semi-finals, the individual finals or B finals, and then on to the mixed team relay, just highlighting once again the pure strength, talent and endurance that these triathletes have. That smiles on the faces of the German team there.
Because they did really their best. Congratulations one more time to all of you, girls and boys.
So Team Germany, Jan Diener, Julia Brocker, Eric Diener and Marlene Gomez-Gogel. Subject to official confirmation, of course, taking the silver medal. With Great Britain following up last year's gold with bronze this time around. Bethany Cook on the anchor leg for the Brits. And she was joined by Marcus Day, Hamish Riley, and I think it's Libby Coleman, if my memory serves me right. It is indeed. Libby Coleman was their second leg athlete today. So that, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much wraps up the racing here for another year in Balikesir. Big thank you to all of you for watching. If you have done the full endurance tour and followed all of the action on Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning and Saturday and Sunday afternoon, thank you. You deserve a medal, and thank you for your endurance skills and for following our fantastic sport. Big thank you, of course, to our team down on the ground in Balikesir, our organisers, local authorities, councils, swim, safety, everybody else, sound, video, and all of the million things that goes on behind the scenes, medical, logistics, volunteers, technical officials, you name it. There are too many to mention, so if I've missed any of you, please accept my apologies. You are all greatly valued. But for now, thank you for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the action. It's been a pleasure to be part of it once again, and I'm sure we'll be back with you at another race very, very soon.
Bir şehir, iki deniz. Ağırladığı milyonlarca misafir. Besleyen yaylalar, sırt veren dağlar, yaşatan nehirler. Ovalarından bal, dağlarından yağ akan büyük şehir.
Hoş mu? Halısının kuzusu.
Vallahi nefis nefis. Balıkesir kahvaltısı yerim.
İlmek ilmek dokunan, ruhunuza dokunan, makamınca okunan, tarihte yer etmiş bir öyküdür bu şehir. Kurtdereli Mehmet Pehlivan'ın torunları onlar. Sırtı yere gelmez, nice evlatlar yetiştirir bu toprak. Makbule Efe, Nazife Kadın, 41 bayraklı Kuvayi Milliye'dir Balıkesir. Eşsiz mercanları, efsanedir adaları. Şu İda tepelerinde izledi Zeus Truva Savaşı'nı. Ve şu yamaçta seyretti Paris ilk güzellik yarışmasını. Sarı kızdır, bir özlemdir Kaz Dağları. Atlas'ın derinlikleri kıskanıyor olmalı İda Madra Jeopark'ın termal kaynaklarını.
Bizlere yaşattığınız gurur için bir kez daha teşekkürler çocuklar. Evet, parkurda sadece birkaç sporcu kaldı. Benden şimdilik bu kadar. Evet, son yarım saatimiz, hemen hemen yarım saatimiz ödül töreni için. Son hazırlıkları gerçekleştirmek üzere ödül töreni alanına gidiyoruz. Emeği geçen herkese şimdiden çok teşekkür ederiz. Son sporcuya kadar desteklemeye devam. Son sporcumuzu da karşıladık, Bulgar sporcu. Böylelikle Balıkesir Avrupa Triatlon Şampiyonası'nın da sonuna geldik. Emeği geçen herkese teşekkürler. Haydi hep birlikte ödül törenine.